Not sure what that was about. But I think we're good. I think we're set. I think we're living. Question
Right.
mark?
Hello.
Inform me if you are still alive and here and looking at the stream. I require.
Can't because I'm timed out.
Well, sucks to suck, doesn't it?
This is
Should
what
have
you
rolled
get
better.
for- Shut up.
Should
I'm
have
gonna
rolled
roll
better.
again. What's out of?
I'll be sure not to give you mod powers back before
What
that
do you
happens.
mean? What do you mean? This is so unfair, so unjust.
Anyhow, once we are aware that people are still here and still living, we will probably go ahead and start.
Maybe type in chat to reload the stream.
Reload strem
Refresh.
if still borked. There we go.
Yeah.
Professional streamer, ladies and gentlemen.
Professional
Woo!
stream boy. Wahoo.
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 Okay.
Okay.
Now I gotta fill the space. When I just wanted to start Great Ace Attorney, man. Why did everything have to go all freaky deaky? What? What if Cote Vaughn was actually Freaky Vaughn?
What? Are you a little freak?
Ain't nobody out here that can match my freak, as the kids say.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Everybody trying to match my freak.
What kind of freaky things do you like?
I like eating lemons.
Oh my god.
Having some Mountain Dilk.
Mountain Dilk?
Some Mountain Dilk.
That is freaky.
Delicious.
He likes Dilk, you guys.
When you don't give it the mountain in front of it, it sounds like something obscene.
Exactly, that's the point.
Okay, well. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and boot up Great Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
We have this rockin'.
Get it rockin'.
Get it rockin'. Pop over to the gaming stream. Hello, Emu.
Emu, my beloved.
Soul Scanner has to go away.
I'm still on your head.
You are still on my head. I need to get you off of there.
What? I like it here. Oh, it's nice.
Get back down there.
What?
Okay.
Huh?
Cool. Awesome.
Oh man. You guys.
What is this? What is this attempted bit?
So, you know, he won't let me stay on his head.
What kind of bit are you attempting here?
This is lame.
Nobody's playing into this bit.
No, I am.
You're just
think
continuing
that's
of your own
lame.
accord. I don't understand.
If I go long enough, it's funny.
No.
Yeah.
It's not how humor works. Anyways.
Back up. Oh, what up, C's?
Great Ace Attorney, baby! Woo!
Woo!
Right, I have to make sure Iris can actually see this game.
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
Yay, thank you. Whoa. Look at this game. The Great Ace Attorney.
Are you feeling okay?
There are no other Acer. I don't know. There could be more.
Are you feeling alright? Did you mix something into your? Was water like a euphemism earlier for something else? Like,
what do you mean?
I
got into call. I sat down and I went, Kote, I'm so tired.
You've got such a strange vibe going on since the stream restarted. I don't understand what's happening.
A strange vibe?
Yeah, there's something off that you're doing. It's making me uncomfortable.
Oh, Okay, I'm sorry. I'll fix it. I want to be invited back if I can be.
Yeah, okay. Cool. So everything should be good, set, living. Awesome.
Living.
Alright. Let's play some fucking Ace Attorney, baby. So where did we leave off before? It was
We met Biff Stroganoff.
No, we were past
We were
that.
investigating still.
No,
Oh, we
were
went
past
into
that
the
point.
Russian man's room.
Yes. We met the Russian man.
Yeah.
And we were going to investigate their room. That's where we were. Alright, I'm gonna have to remember everything that we were doing, all the voices.
Yep. Yep. Oh god, I was voicing this dude, huh?
What the fuck is this man doing? We're gonna converse with the Russian man first, so enjoy starting off with your best Ruski accent.
Oh, I don't have a Russian accent.
Do your best. I believe in you.
I don't want to be offensive.
Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something.
No,
Oh,
I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now.
this is going terribly.
We're not getting anywhere here.
I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Let's go, the great detective. Okay, there's
Great detective.
no sense in talking to him.
I see.
Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time. That you would need to call my great powers of detection into service.
Oh!
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come! Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once.
He's the Great Jones.
Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? I can't wait for this bit.
Oh boy.
Why? The truth, of course! Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians.
I see. That was gonna be my follow-up question. Thank you, Mr. Scholz.
I love him so much. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh, yes! Please!
Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Whoa. Scholz and work.
Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you?
What?
From time to time occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I get this is a different time, but you're very racist right now, Sholmes.
Mr. Scholz, please cut down on the fucking. Oh my god.
You know, he's a British man in the early 20th century. That's what they were all about. They loved their racism.
Yeah.
I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone.
That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting. But I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Oh great, a woman who reads. Shh!
Mr. Sholmes.
I must have complete silence.
Oh. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that?
Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Huh?
And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not?
Oh! Oh, Naruhodo-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Holmes' great deductions with my own eyes!
Love that he just makes shit up.
Yeah.
He's just saying shit and hoping for the best.
Bullshitter.
He's just like me for
This guy. I think he's a bad one. He's doing a crime right now!
He's carrying scissors. He must be doing a crime. Or constructing a beautiful papier-mâché project. Who can
or
say?
Scrapbooking.
That was a great deduction.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle! He's
That's
fucking
so British.
He's so British. What ineffable twaddle! Ugh.
Oh!
Well, what poppycock? Oh.
Oh, he's studying up the British lingo. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Sholmes!
Sherlock Sholmes! I'm gonna get sued.
Gonna get us copyright striked, bro.
And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right.
How could you?
How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? What the fuck, Elf?
Oh my god, Alf! Hi, welcome! I love you too!
I hate this.
Listen, us mods, we gotta support each other.
Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Great deduction! The game is afoot! I love this.
Oh my god.
Old man's identity. Wait, this is sick.
Yeah.
So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously what catches the eye in the first place. is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport! Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter.
He's so bad at his job.
He is. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. Okay, that's actually a good deduction. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik.
Villain Bolshevik.
Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. So he's
Revolutionary on the run.
He's just wrong during these. This is incredible.
This is amazing.
I love him. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see.
Oh.
And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare.
No, I refuse.
Well, that is your Fourth Amendment right. However, what could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein.
Don't be absurd.
Very flexible young lady.
Yeah, what? She's just been in there for 2 days? What? She's dead.
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil, I'm assuming is how you pronounce that, because I don't actually know, betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova.
Yummy. I love Pavlova.
Just so wrong.
He
He's so off base with these, and he's doing it with so much confidence and style. It's like, oh.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elementsky!
Elementsky.
So bad.
I love him. Wait.
This shit is so funny.
Oh my god.
Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes? Could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on.
They suck.
Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes. I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. So fucking stupid.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do.
That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation.
The ballerina?
At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly!
Clearly.
You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of the case.
Whoa, calm down, Susanna. That's a terrible way to talk about a minor.
What?
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
True?
No. That's
Yeah, I
definitely
hate
not.
vinegar shots.
Oh dear, you might be thinking of the contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
I do know that vinegar is promoted for weight loss.
It's like gut health related, right?
Yeah, I've partaken in. They make vinegar gummies for you to take to make it less awful
I see.
for like weight loss shit. It doesn't do anything. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Holy shit, we're going back to Big Top. Let's go!
Oh god, not Big Top. Please let me out of the circus. I don't want to be here anymore.
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off.
He's absolutely magical. He has a power beyond comprehension.
He
It's
can
just
look
wrong.
at people.
It's simply incorrect, is what she's saying. Which, I must say, not the best superpower in the world. Ain't no way the name is Mr. Naruhodo.
It is. 100%
His name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's all about logic.
Yeah. Ryunosuke's powers? Looking at people.
True. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato.
It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? We can improve upon his work.
I love the idea now of Sholmes going into this great big monologuing tirade, and then in the middle of it, he says something completely off base, and fucking Ryunosuke just jumps in with one word. Ah, yes, she is obviously keeping. They are obviously keeping a 15-year-old girl. Not a 15-year-old girl. In that case. So good. Switch some key words in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists?
Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction.
Oh my goodness,
Or
Mr. Sholmes!
Perhaps a dance of seduction.
Seduction?
They're right next to each other on the keyboard, which has yet to be invented. But trust me, in 80 years when it is, that will be a very clever joke. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
And don't worry. I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Let's go! It's again! Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. We are redoing this. We ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matter. and see if it
Oh, sorry. Helps matters.
helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholm's deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this?
Good luck.
Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Oh.
Oh, I see. Can you go?
I can. There's hair poking out from underneath. Oh!
Oh!
I get it. I get it.
Okay. I see.
It was a good idea to give you this character now.
Yeah.
What the? What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Well, yes, that is true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
You don't understand, Susato-san. A Russian man would never wear a weave like that.
Naruhodo-san, times are changing.
It's 1910, Susato.
Bleached hair is in.
Something's definitely not right here. Oh, I'm supposed to present it. I was just looking at it.
I see.
You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport.
Oh my god.
Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. That's very close-minded of you, Ryunosuke. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth.
Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected.
The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. She's too poor to afford a bald cap. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the doom, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
Dance around the doom?
The room.
Dance around the doom.
I said. I'm sorry.
Seducing the facts. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Baka? This is strictly business, not some...
Yeah, yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholm's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
You don't know this. This is so close-minded.
I know, right? It's almost like it's the 1900s or something. That's crazy.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently.
A young woman in a situation.
Alright, I'll do my best.
God, this is so fun.
Obviously, it is,
Examine it.
Kazuma's diary that exposed. Yeah, we can examine it. And then let's make sure we take a look at this. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button.
Oop.
Huh. This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think?
She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents.
He's so
Oh.
nosy.
Thank you. It pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented, young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh. How much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money.
20,000 rubles definitely isn't a lot, right?
20,000 rubles?
I mean, probably at the time.
Yeah.
How much is 20,000 rubles right now?
$225.
$225!
Honestly, in the 1900s, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a good bit.
Yeah, that's a good. She could buy a plot of land in America with that.
Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. God damn, guys.
God damn, Russia's in a bad way.
Russia's getting fucking catching strays this entire case.
I'm not going to even dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't know. Being a deserter to your country sounds pretty Russian to me. Like, what the fuck, man? Hello?
Hello?
Alright, we've added
we
it
got
to
our
the
clue.
this one.
Yes!
Yes.
Article about the ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Good thing that's such a large hat.
Goddamn. Okay.
How was she concealing her figure there? She definitely did not have this figure before she pulled off the beard.
What was unseen was her dumping like 20 cloth rags out from under that coat.
She had 12 towels in there.
Yeah. Wrap enough around your torso, and you're gonna look like a fat man. You're right.
She is Russian. You're going to have to keep
You're
up the
right.
Russian accent.
Thanks, Mr. Keeping up with the British accent.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
Solved! We figured it out. He only fucked up for so long. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
Again, oh boy. You seem to look pleased, Mr. Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Bro, your boyfriend just died and you're already hitting on another man.
Okay, listen, when a 6-foot-tall British gentleman comes in, it's hard to ignore.
Look, I don't care for fucking Ryunosuke's white savior fetish, okay? He can do that on his own time. There's some serious shit going on here.
When he's even more of a failboy than Ryunosuke himself.
Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. She's been drinking, even though she's only 15.
Oh my god, she just left it on the desk? There's no fucking way! This girl's actually a dumbass!
It's her waste paper basket. I would like to point out the fact that this 15-year-old has clearly been drinking.
Well, it's the 1900s.
Even then, they weren't doing that.
Well, okay, she checked in as like a 50-something-year-old man. You think you wouldn't order a bottle of wine to your room also?
I mean, still. Somebody could at least bring it up.
I mean, yeah. She's also Russian.
Okay, good point. Actually, we should have opened with that. No, you're totally right.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so there should be like 5 more of these. They've been on here for like 2 weeks. You kidding?
true. This crew is actually incompetent.
I mean, I don't think they care that much, really.
No, they're not being paid enough to care.
I'm
Whatever
just saying
happens, happens on
Ryunosuke
the
should
scene.
probably point it out.
Yeah.
But no, she is Russian.
Well, are there drinking ages in this? Like,
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed. It would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. She's gotta fix her Russian hat that all Russians have,
Yeah.
of course.
They all have those fur hats. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
Like, you were clearly living it up back there. Why are you running?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the ballet in the 1900s. Shit
Yeah,
was
well.
rough.
This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
All right. I will tell you everything. There is no point to hide it now.
Come, come. Let us not be hasty.
We're still continuing this, Mr. Shulz. What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances. Don't you?
Maybe. Why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. It is, of course, the, rules of passage.
I think so.
Yes!
Maybe I should have tried actually looking at it, but whatever. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. And no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet! Definitely takes away from the power of that I'm voicing both of those characters, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Uh,
I could say I should have given you Sholmes, but also I would never want to give away Sholmes.
No, you and Sholmes, that's your boy.
He's literally me, for real, for real. So, clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
Oh, you got some tunes. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The fucking... The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. Not just to a woman, man. I would be pretty
Yeah.
pissed if somebody fucked with my hair.
Honestly, yeah.
What the fuck?
It's a big decision getting a haircut.
I'm not gonna cut my hair just fucking frantically with a big ass pair of construction like safety scissors. Fucking.
Yeah. Those
are you
shears
talking
are for
about, bro?
scrapbooking, not for haircutting.
My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me.
Explains why Sholmes' hair is so messy. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe, yeah.
As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and a fake beard, and then just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me.
Why did you not just do a better job of hiding your hair in your hat? It's not that hard.
mean,
It's a really big hat.
She probably hid it in the coat to begin with.
But then why was it out? She could have just kept
She
hiding
was
it.
cutting it.
She could have just kept hiding it.
This is true. She's also 50.
Yeah, well.
So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
It's crazy because the photos of her with her hair pinned up, she could have put the hat on top. That's what I'm saying!
Yeah.
Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case?
He's a snake. He's a little snaky boy.
You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world.
She just has a fucking venomous snake as a pet.
I mean, Russians, man.
We can't wave away everything with Russians.
Oh, what?
Not
Russians
everything comes
having
down
bears
to-
as pets?
Not everything comes down to Russian or 15 years old. We need better explanations than this.
Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say any to the crew, to any of the crew.
She's supposed to have bad English.
Yeah.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night.
Yes, all right. I will tell you.
She's Russian and 15. She is both.
Yeah,
That doesn't help.
She is both.
That doesn't mean we can default to those two for everything. That doesn't add up.
Sorry, this is me.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My...
Your hands are cuffed again.
This guy.
What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Murgurger. When? And why?
There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Alright, we can finally have a chat with her.
We can talk to her.
What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
one of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
I hope you're enjoying your pancakes. By the way, someone died in the other room. Have fun. The man who died, he was a friend of mine.
Oh,
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking.
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded.
Mr. Sholmes?
Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know.
She's hiding something.
I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me.
We already know the bit. She has a pet snake that happens to be venomous for some reason. It got through the vents and bit
Yep.
not Ryunosuke. Bit Kiryu.
Naming this
Kiryu?
speckled man was kind of a
Kazuma?
fucking.
My brain calls him Kiryu because I think his name is
It's
Kazuma.
Yeah.
So my brain goes Kiryu Kazuma. So sure, he's Kiryu from now on. So it munched Kiryu and he fucking died from snake venom. Boom bash bosh. We're done.
I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, good luck, Elf. Take it easy. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
I mean, you could do better than 1900s America, I can tell you that.
Girl, you're about to be in a time in 20 years.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition, when you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
Right, because they're all also Russian. They would understand.
Listen, the Russian ballet was a terrible time for young girls.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. They are Russian as well, so they understand.
Yeah.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Ah, yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course.
I've noticed that she doesn't consistently stick to Naruhodo-san or Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, it's been annoying me too, actually.
I think it might be the their little way of showing when they're speaking Japanese versus English.
Maybe. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. A According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. That's it! Of course! So, how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business. Good flashback. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens. Because I am an angel.
God, ego much? Jesus.
I believe it.
Fucking 15-year-olds believe that they're God's gift to mankind.
Listen, being an angel, having that being posted in the newspaper, that was basically going viral back then.
What the fuck? Why did you have to put that in the lamest terms possible?
I have to equate it to today's terms. What do you
We
want me to
know
do?
what fame is.
No, that's too old school. She's not famous, she's viral.
The fuck are you on about? I can't deal with this. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. About my friend who fucking died. Or no, your friend who fucking killed
your
my
little
friend.
Hmm?
So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case. Is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious.
My precious. Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
She's a dog person.
Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken!
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance.
Oh my god.
I love this man so much.
He really is you for
I'm glad that I didn't discover this game when I was younger, or this would absolutely be part of my personality. Would be saying dumb shit like this at all times.
Oh my god.
I mean, I do say dumb shit like this at all times, but like I would do it more.
Yeah. You just gotta be extra with it.
So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. There's a better chance of it being a goose.
Yeah, honestly.
I don't want to talk about
Aren't swans in the
geeses
ballet, like-
anymore. We don't have to talk about swans. It's gonna take us back to a bad place for the stream.
What happened? Chat, fill me in.
You know what happened.
Huh? Oh. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Well, it would appear that this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed.
Snake. Oh my god.
She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Alright, we finally have someone who speaks Russian and is maybe willing to talk to us.
Oh.
We can show her this.
Yeah.
Look at this picture of a dead man. Young
What does it
15-year-old girl. Miss Pavlova, would you take a look at this? Oh, never
I
mind.
don't know. I don't know anything.
Mr. Naruhodo, you're frightening the poor girl!
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. Well, in that case, I have no idea. Maybe I show her this?
Band, yeah.
Speckled band. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary.
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band. I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together.
Oh,
Please don't focus on all the BDSM in the diary. Yeah, that's their thing.
Yeah. You know.
Miss Pavlova?
Ryunosuke is going to use it to release an erotica novel
100%. It's gonna
posthumously.
be a hit in Great Britain.
Has something occurred to you?
Because as we all know, Great Britain in the 1900s, very accepting of the LGBT.
True. Yeah.
Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott.
Yes. What?
God damn, she got that shit on fast. She even picked up the scissors
Quick
again.
change
Why do you
artist.
need those?
I don't know.
Did she get the
Too
towels in there so quickly?
threatening. Yeah.
Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once,
Why does he?
please. Because he's been attacked by the snake.
I see.
It coiled around his face.
All right, I will come now.
Also a line within the, within the diary.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Shut up.
I'm 12 years old. I needed some way to make a joke out of that. What?
You must leave. No.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out!
The passenger said out! Or you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued.
To be continued.
Ooh.
Woo. All right. We made it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I might actually need a second energy drink. I'm kind of fucking dying here for some reason.
Okay.
So
You wanna go?
I will be right back. Iris, entertain the chat while I'm gone.
Okay.
I will be right back.
Pew, pew, pew. Well, Chad, looks like it's just you and me here. Cote Vaughn, who is he? Who is this guy? Chat, now is your time. If you have any burning questions about me or Cote Vaughn, his face is going wild on the screen. If you have any burning questions, I will sell his soul to you guys for just but crumbs of clout. Please. Why is his face doing this? Oh my god. Oh, jeez. I'm kind of hungry myself. Maybe I eat a little protein bar. How's my day going? It's been going good. I had a lovely, lovely gym day, followed by a visit from a friend, and now I have cookies from said friend, which is nice. I haven't made them yet though. But yeah. I ate a late lunch, so going in I didn't really eat anything. I feel like this decision is going to come back and haunt me at some point. But guys, it is what it is. It just happens. I hope your night is going well too, Spartan. Thank you for listening to us be dumbasses together. Cause yep, we sure are two dumbasses. His face? Why is his face like this? Uh, Bro, it just changes every once in a while, and it looks like he's in agony. Ikami? Ikagami. Ika. Pikmin. Yeah, me too. I agree. Pikmin. Well, gosh, I haven't played a Pikmin game in so long. I miss it. Cote Vaughn, have you ever played a Pikmin game? No, you. Shut up. You're smelly, stinky. You're stinky little guy. You're just a smelly, stinky, funky. What
Hello,
the
stream.
fuck?
I am no longer muted. Hello.
Was I not muted?
No, they can hear you the whole time.
Ah!
I was just muted and making you talk to yourself.
Guys,
to make you sound
he
insane.
was calling me stinky. Can you believe this guy?
Fucking Spartan, I fooled you. You're like muted. I was muted on purpose. Haha.
Yeah.
Also, I got a snack.
He was being cringe while he was muted.
You have no idea. You have no idea what was happening during
You
that
can
time.
take my word for it.
I was
He
actually talking
cringe.
shit about everybody in the chat.
What?
Specifically, Hazel Sokolov. Another Russian involved in this case. I'm on to you.
Another Russian. I don't know. Poor Hazel. Hazel doesn't deserve to be roped into all this.
I thought you were gonna say Hazel doesn't deserve to be Russian.
No! Listen.
The fucking tension in my body when I heard the R sound come out of the next word. I was like, what the fuck, man?
I have nothing against Russians. I think they're
I mean, apparently you got something going on.
What? No, I don't.
What the fuck, dude? You're taking shots.
Huh?
More than the characters in the game.
I'm not. Shut up.
Anyways. Guys, listen to this.
Oh boy. There it is. His 9 p.m. at Cote Vaughn. Guys, I was right. Cote Vaughn is a stinky, smelly, funky guy. It's sour.
Mistakes are starting.
again.
It's not a
I
mistake
feel.
if nothing goes wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
I'm gonna
how about
eat
we get back
already.
to some
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
adventures.
Yeah, let's go.
That's what the kids say. She got that ga, right?
Yeah. No clue what that means.
Like,
I'm hip with the lingo.
yeah.
I'm tricky with it.
9th of January, SS Buria, first class cabin passageway.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
Damn, he kind of got that V going on. Hey,
Honest,
yo.
god damn, he's cut.
Ooh, he's kind of hot.
Oh,
Ooh.
Popeye.
I
Oh,
want him to stroke my beef.
Cote. I can leave if you want to be like alone with this man.
What, alone with the video game character on my screen? What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, you know, just you and him.
And chat?
Nothing stopping you. Yeah,
The entirety of chat?
chat's gonna watch.
Damn, chat's freaky. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh, yes! He completely disappeared.
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists.
We love Sholmes.
Hello. I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe. You want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no, no! Definitely not that! Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face.
I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to click on that. Yeah, we've read through this before. Oh, this is it's such a long sequence to accidentally click into.
Whoops.
Yeah, we've already looked at everything in this
He
room,
can go past
right?
the door now. He's not sitting there.
I mean, he'll probably murder us anyways if we do.
Well, might as well try. Oh, nope.
Okay, we'll look at the door.
That door leads to the second class area.
It's locked. I can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Okay, I guess we're going back into the room.
Back to the room.
Well, I don't know what more we're gonna get from that, but maybe Sholmes is chilling in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
I forgot he was here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
he's here.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He'd said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Except he's also not here.
Mm-hmm.
He's hiding in the corner. He is hiding in the corner, and he's gotten his ass beat.
Oh my god, Hosonaga!
Oh no, his glasses!
Buddy!
Those are expensive in this day and age.
Ah, you're back.
Inspector!
What happened to you? Your faces! Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches.
Made by a bear, maybe?
When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard.
What?
But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So, it was nothing, really.
Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little bit about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh,
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though.
That explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out.
Yes, let's do it.
He looks in so much pain.
Yeah, this poor dude. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door?
Oh, do you know who she is?
Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel?
Oops. I think I upset him there.
Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least.
God, you are such a shit cop. My God.
Such.
He's
The
got...
moment a lady gets involved in the case, he's just like, "Oh, girls can't commit crimes."
He's got the spunk, but he's kind of missing the everything else he needs.
Yeah. Pay no mind to the broken ribs and internal bleeding.
He just fucking swipes evidence, gets his ass beat constantly, and pretends like he's doing a good job.
He's doing a great job. Thank you, Hosonaga.
Oh? How?
Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they?
God, you stupid son of a bitch. Yes, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I could do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Do you not need those glasses? Is the entirety of this game just proving Hosonaga wrong? No, it's proving Herlock Sholmes wrong. Actually,
Exactly.
we have an entire mechanic based around it, actually.
Oh, I see.
There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh? What?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please!
New information. Tell
New
us.
information.
What is this new information you have, Inspector?
It is this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report.
He doesn't just swipe evidence, he also swiped a fucking medical record.
Bro.
Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So. What was the cause of death?
Damage to the cervical vertebrae. That's what's written in the report.
Oh. That's different.
Is that?
Damage to the cervical vertebrae? That means his fucking spine got fucked.
How the hell? His neck was broken?
I thought it was his neck specifically, but I didn't want to say it without being... with the chance of being wrong.
Yeah.
But he got his neck snapped somehow.
How does that happen?
Oh, 'cause he wasn't bitten. Duh. It's a fucking
Oh.
constrictor that she's carrying with her. That's why it
Yeah.
wrapped around the fucking crewmate's face.
That's right.
So he walked up to the fucking
Band.
grate and it coiled around his neck because it looked like a dangling band. So it coiled up around his neck and basically fucking yoinked him up and strangled him.
Oh, that's a lot for a snake to do.
Constrictors have very strong grips.
I know they do. This is their entire thing.
Yeah.
But like, oh god, he must have been in there struggling for a hot second.
Though, I feel like that doesn't make sense with how he fell.
He would have been closer to the grate, right?
Yeah. So maybe that's not it. Maybe it's all a red herring.
Yeah, they cannot make the answer a snake when they specifically reference the speckled band so much.
Well, the
There's
speckled
gotta
band
be more.
is the snake, right?
It is the snake. But like, I'm saying that
I see
they're
what you mean, I see what you
expecting
mean.
us to know
think
it's a
the
snake. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely something else at play. This is our big red herring for the first half of this.
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison.
Oh.
But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all.
Well, what weapon was used then?
Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark.
Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility. And no obvious wound would be left.
Hope the Russian girl isn't friends with the British girl who put a hit out on you and your friend. Put a hit out on you and your friend was the victim.
Oh, I see.
That feels like a stretch so soon.
Yeah.
Who
I think
knows?
We're gonna be dealing with this British girl again sometime in Britain.
Yeah, probably.
Mm.
Poor Kazuma.
I have a second copy of the report.
How many do they make?
If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Cause of death is a cervical spine injury. There were no traces of external injury or poison. Okay, what about this great detective? Excuse me.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Oh, God, that's you. Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant.
It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see?
Oh, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes! That must be it.
Did Do you really need our help for that one, Hosonaga? It's to add up pretty quickly. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh! Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed the floor? Okay.
All
So we'll see
right.
how that's relevant later.
Yeah. Oh, we're figuring it out.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Hosogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning.
Heavy head. That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Several people have been drugged.
Yes.
Gosh. Let me take a closer look at the shoe polish.
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
Looks like whatever it was, this is dialogue that we've already gotten.
Oh yeah.
There was nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark. Here's something new, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe. But what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
Sherlock Sholmes is never wrong.
Because he's a great detective, of course.
He just guesses until he's right.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
That's hardly a reason, is it? Let's talk to crewman here.
Yeah.
Oh right, this was you.
This is me. You, where did you go?
So hi, Meowins. Thanks for popping by for a sec.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Good
you.
night.
Hope you have a great night. Oh, shit. That was
Why?
that was
Who
dialogue.
gave you permission for this?
Sorry, I was just leaving. Well, I mean... Semen. Hosonaga did.
That new Japanese was. Oh god. Was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room.
He's gone back to guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. We're talking, this is a 5-month voyage. Actually, wait.
What else is there that we haven't
God,
looked
it's
at?
longer. Gotta go around Cape Cod and fucking.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
see what we got over here. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember.
Oh, yes. And you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look after the ships properly. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
Okay. I feel like there's very little in here that's still worth checking out.
Oh.
So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to God, I can't speak all of a sudden.
All of a sudden. Got him. Oh, poor baby, read the line.
Fine. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it. But she seemed as baffled as we were.
Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing in his diary.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:53 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator room.
Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a very valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will.
Iris, you have my permission to dunk on Kote and his lonely, caffeine-addicted lifestyle.
Hey, my lifestyle isn't lonely.
Yeah, you wish.
The other part is true, but my lifestyle is not lonely.
No, I feel like Kote has many friends.
Sometimes too many, I would argue.
Yeah, you seem pulled left, right, whichever way.
It's very annoying, actually. I could do with less friends. That'd be nice.
You see, Spartan, Kote is an introvert. He could do with less.
I'm the most extroverted introvert I know.
Exactly.
And it's very annoying. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it? I think we've observed literally everything in the room.
Yeah. I feel like one of the crewmen wrote it.
What's up?
One of the crewmen must have wrote it. or the girl herself. But
I mean, probably, but we don't have any way of checking that.
I'm trying to figure out how they got into the room in the first place and how they could lock it from behind.
Let's investigate some evidence.
Yeah.
Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Okay. Anything to examine here? I love the fucking magnifying glass to see the low-res detail on this.
Details, yeah. You can see the
Wow.
brush strokes. Wow.
Okay, well, we're not getting anything out of that. We've already observed all this shit.
Oh, did we talk? Should we present some things to Hosonaga?
I mean, we didn't have the option to before, because it wasn't like
Oh,
a...
really?
It's not like a real,
Oh, I see.
it's not a real dialogue thing.
Let's see.
Okay, maybe we just leave? Maybe something has changed out here.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yes, something has.
All right. Man, step away.
Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff has gone.
Bro. Bro. Steven. This guy's humor. You, it's a real word!
A seaman do be stroganoff.
Stroganoff beef.
Oh, it's so unfunny. But I can't help myself. Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing.
I did it, greatest detective.
Oh, I think this might be true.
I feel
Or
like
what?
I know who it is.
I did it the great detective way.
That's caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
I love it when she does the little ooh face.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Yeah, investigating.
Investigation.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Alright, we can go inside.
Alright, let's go.
Those guys maintain the same sense of humor they had as a child. No, my sense of humor definitely got way worse as I got older.
You hit like a
Significantly so.
peak of humor at 13 years old and it stays like that forever.
No, it definitely got way worse after that, too. You have no idea. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh! Where's she gone? Hey! What are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake.
Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Alright, let's start looking around
Go.
this young girl's bedroom.
Ha!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
What? I don't think that's how it's meant to be read at all. Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know.
The closeted jokes write themselves.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one.
Just someone with a particular preference for a certain type of individual who happens to perhaps share their gender identity.
Yeah. Wow. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
You know, like the ones your kind wears sometimes. In this game.
Oh my god. Bro, you can't keep saying these jokes.
I love the idea of Susanoo being painfully homophobic, but trying her best.
I don't approve of you two, but also, you know,
So long as it makes you happy.
if it makes you happy, I'm happy.
Homophobic Susanoo is my new headcanon.
No! She would be accepting. She would just be super
Accepting.
dumb of it.
Accepting, but inherently homophobic.
You're right. Oh, you're fine. I like you guys.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there. No such luck. So it's just the wardrobe. Let's look at the box. That's kind of the most important thing.
Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Can't look at this big suspicious bag, okay?
Nope.
This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from the outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
That's smart.
I actually wouldn't have thought of that.
And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door either.
I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case, secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Bro.
Oh, yes. So do I.
If anything, they're more likely to throw it in a pot.
Probably. All the books have toppled over together. Look. Every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too. Oh,
No. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Oh, right then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage?
Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know.
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Oh man.
Fucking with the crime scene, let's go!
Yay!
Case, let's see the desk.
Brown's gone.
There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Let me see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
So dumb. What about your trash?
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper bin.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone else's rubbish, you know?
They're trying so hard to be British.
Yeah.
Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly! We have no choice! There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
How about this conspicuous plate chilling in the middle of the floor?
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Sorry, this saucer's conspicuously on the floor.
Saucer.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Do you think? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No. No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? So dumb.
So silly.
it would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Not incorrect, I suppose.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, and she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
Is there anything else to look at here?
What is?
I didn't look at the back.
The grate. Yeah.
Kinda sus. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes. Although, what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Okay, well now we've seen everything in here. Didn't really get much out of this.
Not really, no. Didn't get any new clues? Really? None?
Nothing at all.
No, we've got to be missing something. Oh.
Maybe we
Yeah,
are.
we are missing something.
What did I not look at?
Close vent.
Did all that, looked at the case. Nothing to do with the pipe here.
The heck?
There's nothing else to inspect.
There's nothing else here. Did you?
Maybe there's something in the hallway that was added that we missed?
Oh.
Maybe.
Ah.
What could we be missing?
I have no clue. Hard
Hello,
to
buddy.
say.
Oh! It's Mr. Sholmes, look!
Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-la-li-da-li-la-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck who was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks.
Oh, the famous Barbies.
Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away?
He's ready to rumble. Look at
I love when he's squaring up like that. That's so good.
Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, fucking hell.
You seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh, yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happens, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report?
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet... Oh, I'm sorry.
This is the stupidest bit that I've done on all night.
I love it. The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Also, you're so right. The whole fucking... My boy Sholmes definitely had his ass out in prime kicking position there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mean...
Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the... being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the... to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Ship's log has been entered into the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Haha, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance. Oh. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Why are you only mentioning this now?
It's Susato-san.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? Okay, well now he's gonna be... Actually, before we move back into the room, let's take a peek at the log. Nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report. Use the magnifying glass here. Maybe there's something hidden in the details.
Yeah.
Beef.
Beef.
Strogen. No. Wonderful. We've gleaned so much information.
Yeah. I do have to go to the bathroom. Oh wait. Never mind. What was that?
Yeah, let's go until the siren is off, and then you can go pee. Because I don't want to stop while a siren is going.
Things are happening.
Well, shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile fore. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact.
What?
What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What?
I can't stand.
Susato-san, hold on to me! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
It looks like we avoided a collision.
I think.
Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Oh, is it Osanaga? Yeah, thought so.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly!
What? The bolt?
I see. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that!
The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again.
Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
I'd better tidy this place up first. The fuck you mean?
It's more suspicious if you do!
Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Another to be continued. That was very quick.
That was a quick to be continued.
The last one was like an hour ago.
Yeah. I do think we did that out of order, though. We were supposed to talk to Sholmes first.
100%. That's fine. Okay, go take your piss.
Yeah. Quick break.
Go take your tinkle. How's it going, chat? How you holding up? I didn't realize I would have to be so loud as Sholmes today. But at least, Model's freaking out because I went in a weird direction. At least I can eat my my snack in peace now, so we can have a little bit of Kote munching ASMR. No, it doesn't really come through too well. That's okay. I'm enjoying this game a lot so far. This is really fun. I can't wait for us to get to some of the real trials later on. Because this one just seems to be a little bit more goofiness with the investigating. Basically a second tutorial to show us how investigating works. All the nuances. Just a little bit of munching. I wonder how the judge will show up. I don't think... I mean, I'm kind of expecting this case to not have an actual trial, but who knows? I just kind of thought it would be investigation, and that's it. I think it would be really, really funny. When they mention another ship, I want them to be like, we crashed into the other ship. On the other ship, there happens to be a judge. And that is how we hold the trial on the ship. It would be so stupid. But it would also be really funny. Like, I wouldn't even be mad. And the judge is a relative of our judge? No, that's not happening. Our judge is Japanese. It's gonna be a British judge. Obviously. Because the Brits are the pinnacle of society, according to this game. Not like those kooky Russians. Who all keep pet chickens and whatnot. I'm glad you can't hear the noise of me munching, but you can definitely see me doing it.
Are you also munching?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got something crunchy munchy.
I'm eating veggie straws.
Veggie straws. Fuck, I could kill some veggie straws right now. I got some fruit for myself.
Look at this guy getting a nice, healthy snack like fruit. Not being a true gamer like me, having veggie straws and a fucking white monster. Fruit is good. I love fruit.
Fruit is really good this time of year. Everyone go out and do yourselves a favor and buy yourself a watermelon. You will not regret buying a whole watermelon.
When the fuck did white monster become boomer juice? What the fuck?
Haha, boomer.
I'm not that old. It has not been that long since Monster was like a hip thing. There's no shot.
I mean, the new hip thing now is Celsius and what is it, C4?
No fucking teenager is feeling cool walking around with a Celsius.
Really?
Celsiuses are made for fucking like...
They're everywhere though.
Yeah, but they're for like early 20s white girls. To feel good about themselves. That's why they're marketed the way they are.
Teenagers, Alani.
Wait, what was that?
Alani, you know those really, really girly drinks.
I mean, they're both marketed towards the same.
What are teens drinking nowadays?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So they're definitely not drinking that shit. You think teens want to be drinking something in a boring little fucking black and white can? With no pomp and circumstance to it? It's just fucking flat white with a few black boxes on it?
I mean, I don't know. I'd buy it because the name is funny.
What do you mean the name is funny?
I'm talking about Bucked Up. What are you talking about?
What? When did that come up?
I said it earlier. Okay, never mind.
You said Alani. What the fuck?
I said Alani. And then I went, oh, okay, maybe it's Bucked Up. And then, I don't know.
This dude's just making shit up now. I don't know. I'm being gaslit on my own stream.
I'm pretty sure teenagers are the ones drinking Prime.
Oh, teenagers are definitely drinking Prime.
Yeah.
You're totally right. Bang was my poison of choice. Oh god, I fucking hate Bang.
Bang. Oh,
I tried that
man.
for the first time like a year ago, and Jesus Christ, that shit's fucking... I don't know what the fuck they put in that shit, but that shit gets me wired. Like a bad wired. I'm the type of motherfucker that barely feels a C4. But, like, Bang makes me feel like I'm going to have a heart attack on the spot.
Oh my god.
Prime is pretty trash.
Prime is okay. I was drinking it for a bit.
It tastes okay, but I don't want to buy it. Because it's influencer
Yeah.
juice.
Well, that's kind of the reason why I'm just like,
I don't want to buy influencer juice.
I'd rather buy something like an actual product that actual people worked on.
Would you guys buy a juice that I released? I don't think so. I don't think anybody would want to buy Cote juice.
I would. When's it dropping?
What do you mean? Didn't you just say Prime enjoyers rise up, Hazel? And then you ask what's Prime? How does that make sense?
Prime is the Logan Paul energy drink. Logan Paul?
I just like talking shit. What can I say?
Hazel, I love you.
Classic bandwagoner.
Thank you
I see
so
where we're at.
much. Oh my god.
It's some fucking... I thought you meant drinking paint primer. Yeah, dude, that's my favorite thing. When I'm working on my Warhammer fingers, I just fucking coat them in primer, and then I take a little sip for myself.
Yeah.
Makes for a tasty little desktop snack.
The fumes really keep you going.
As a kid, I used to inhale Sharpies. Maybe that's something to talk about with your therapist.
I mean, I think we all had that phase in elementary school.
No.
Puffing highlighters?
No.
What?
No, we didn't.
You didn't?
What do you mean we all had that? No.
No, there was definitely that one kid in your grade, though, right?
Yeah, maybe there was one kid. That doesn't mean we all had that phase. That means something completely different.
You definitely sniffed a marker at least once. Come on.
That's different than a phase. Everybody has sniffed a marker. You're talking about like, oh, everybody used to sniff highlighters all the time. Like, what are you talking about? It's like walking up and being like, oh yeah, everybody used to eat like half a bottle of Elmer's. Like, oh, it's fucking, do you guys remember that? You love
middle
Elmer's.
school experience.
I thought you were going to say that's the normal amount of Elmer's. No, you don't fucking...
Yeah,
Ready
see,
to choose on
crayons are edible.
Nobody
They're not
does that.
toxic.
Nobody does that.
Huh?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Everybody like fucking like chews on a pencil maybe. Nobody fucking chews on crayons. Shit's nasty.
Just keep telling yourself that.
Why are you guys like this?
It's funny.
What? Why?
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 Because we like to see you in pain, old man.
Anyways, how about some Great Ace Attorney?
Yeah.
I mean, we can wait until you're done with your fruit snack.
It's fine. I have a few strawberries left, but we can keep
And
going.
down them. And down them.
Oh, fine. I'll just down them.
There's a grandma in
Guys.
the news recently who ate paint because they thought it was pudding. Jesus.
God.
It's unfortunate. What were you gonna say, Iris?
Do
I mean,
yourselves a favor and grab some strawberries this time of year. They're yummy.
Only if you're lucky are they yummy. That's how strawberries always are. You're playing a fucking gamble.
Yeah, this is true. They have to be the right kind of strawberries.
You buy a small box of strawberries and each one is just like, it's either going to be the sweetest, most delicious thing I've ever eaten, or it's going to taste like dirt. And I have no way of knowing which ones will taste like what. Gotcha of fruits. Exactly.
Yeah. I should have brought you some strawberries today, Kote. My mom has so many strawberries in the fridge.
I would have given you this exact same spiel the moment that I saw them. I always bring up the fucking gotcha of strawberries.
Which is why I didn't bring them.
Genius. Instead, you got to hear me talk about cherries.
Yeah.
How I don't like cherries, but also I like cherry flavored things.
Cherries, because like I've seen him buy cherry sodas and cherry things before, so I'm like, okay, he's probably cool with this. Hates cherries.
I don't hate cherries. I just generally dislike them.
I mean, you still ate them.
I did eat them. They were okay.
Yeah.
But generally not the biggest fan.
All right, I have launched.
Okay, let us continue with some Ga Chronicles then.
Ga.
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 Oh, I already saved. I'll save it again.
Yeah.
Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
You both look unhurt. Good.
Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship.
Yes. It appears to have been a false report, though.
Oh, how did that happen?
There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
So why are you here?
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean... Did someone press that button outside?
You wicked intruder dressed all in black, you're the devil!
Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case! How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it!
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! It is not enough. Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Duh! And he is stowaway as well! If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away! He is a trespasser as well as everything else!
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
At this point, the Russian hit woman plan is sounding too real. It's a possibility, I suppose.
It's kind of, yeah.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Let's just have a little look-see-daisy around.
I hate him.
I love him so much. He's so good.
It's like a Holmes jump scare. Can't just be normal.
You slide the camera over and he's just doing some stupid bullshit. I love it.
This is the best kind of jump scare, honestly.
What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? He stole the tiara.
Oh, I see.
Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not.
You again. The great detective.
Who is he fighting? The hook.
The hook.
Ah,
Got a mean
Inspector! I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report. I have something to report to you most urgently.
Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time.
What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What?
Really?
Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. He's so fucking annoying. Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it.
The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes. It's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Da! Locked room! That is point!
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door.
What other entrance? We never discovered one.
Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man!
The ventilator?
You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks.
You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? That it's not possible.
Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Cosmo-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madam.
But what does it mean? What is this speckled band?
Double rainbow.
What does he mean?
The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold!
Go!
What the? There he is. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy. Wouldn't you say? Hmm?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the Stripes Band? Wouldn't you?
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all.
Do we get to do another seductive dance?
That has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No.
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. She's already pale as hell. How can you even tell?
Yeah, she's so pale.
Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head.
This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi?
It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Here we go again.
Here we go. First we get to see it as he comes up with it.
I see.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's soft skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Thank you, Sholmes. Also, Poach, thank you for...
Welcome!
Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome in.
Raiders. Hi.
Welcome in, everybody. I don't think Poach has raided into me before. I'm gonna hold here to say I'm trying to. You do the shout out. You're the mod. Hello, everybody.
Oh God.
From Poach's stream. My name is Kote Vaughn, Fallen Knight VTuber, currently trapped in the body of a little guy. Just doing my best. We're doing a read-through of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. With the incredible voice talents of Iris and the average voice talents of myself.
Oh wait, Cody, I'm not a mod anymore.
What? Oh right, you're dead. I forgot.
I'm dead.
You don't have permissions anymore.
I was just like,
I managed
why
to type
is
it
it
out.
just popping up? Rune
Hello.
Factory. Oh hell yeah. Love
hope
me
you
some
had-
Rune Factory.
Hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you so much for raiding into me. And feel no need to stick around. That goes for you and your chatters. It is late into the night. Feel free to just head straight off and get some rest. Go and chill and vibe. Do whatever you gotta do. While I continue reading in a bad British accent. Jump straight back into it because it's a high climax moment.
Yeah.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, which of course is not,
Nope.
we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. I'm trying to keep up with the pace of this. But yes, thank you, Poach. Appreciate you. No worries about heading off.
Yeah, have a good
take
night,
it easy.
Poach.
Have a wonderful night. I hope your stream was lovely. I'm assuming you didn't hear the whole spiel from earlier, so get plenty of rest. Do whatever you got to do, and have a wonderful rest of your night. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't.
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
To train.
Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle.
That's inherently flawed, Schultz.
You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
About that.
It is all completely wrong. He read like the first 2 words of the autopsy report and just stopped there. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of the speckled band.
Wow.
He's so stupid. He's so unbelievably stupid. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature.
Milk for the snake? What?
Yeah, they love milk. It's their favorite drink when they drink their mom's milk. Like all reptiles do.
Hang on.
Incredible! You've solved the mystery!
Oh my god.
Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I now see why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name.
My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
Who famously drink milk, yes. You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah,
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
no matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah,
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
but madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless! Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
Poor Steven is still being choked by the snake. He's probably passed out, but he's fine. He'll
Fine,
survive.
He's got a thick head.
He's got that Russian endurance.
Yeah.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their belly to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Okay, that's a lie.
Then it should
Pythons
try
absolutely-
harder.
They can! Pythons are great climbers.
They totally can.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to be the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without some help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Oh my god, she killed him.
There's been a second murder aboard this ship.
think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes's latest deductions and turn them into the greatest ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo.
Wahoo!
Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again!
Your handcuffs are gone.
I realize that they have to do this little bit every time so that his animations during the thing.
Around. This is
So
such a silly
stupid.
little fucking bit.
You know, while I would have appreciated if they made a silly set of them with him in handcuffs, just a different set of animations with the handcuffs on, I'm also glad that they just keep doing this bit.
Yeah. Where did they go?
Fear not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, here we go. A beloved speckled snake. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
Sholmes is just on opium this entire time. That kind of lines up.
Honestly, he is. That's the entire Sherlock Holmes lore.
I thought it was... Is it this? He was on
Wasn't it
something.
opium?
I thought it was coke, but I might be thinking of Freud, actually.
Oh.
Common mistake.
Everyone was on drugs these days.
But
Way
you're not
back when.
sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
She injured herself in the process. It was her aching heart. Oh, it's
Oh.
a scratch.
What? Scratched her then?
It's this really nice earring.
It is.
It's really heavy.
Yeah.
That is a really big gem. That is probably very heavy.
Yeah.
It's obviously the newspaper in her pot. Okay.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look. That looks like a very painful wound.
It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Well, that's still what's paining her, so we present it. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except... snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
They're so useless!
They're useless.
Well then... if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
It is, of course, the teapot.
Teapot.
It is this fish that he is wearing on his, what do you call this? Scarf?
Scarf, yeah?
Huh.
I mean...
There's no doubt, is there? She looked in this direction. Straight at...
Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts.
I'm so sorry.
But I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator.
Don't forget that I managed to fit inside Cosmo's trunk when we first boarded the ship.
I would ask what that proves, but...
Freaking 12-year-olds, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I think an equivocal little smile would be more effective.
What if it's hiding inside the teapot? Oh,
Oh
there
my
we
God.
go. Now we can see
I
the
see.
picture. I have a feeling that it was this teapot that Miss Pavlova's eyes flickered over to before.
You think this is the friend she's been talking about?
Well, we're all different, aren't we? Whatever we might say about it, if that's the way she feels.
I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the teapot can discuss it instead.
Wait, that's not what I meant! Yeah, now that shifted the view. Oh, I could
see.
always shift the view. I just
Oh wait, could...
had to do it in a different way.
Huh.
Then it was this window. She loves the window.
The window. Oh.
Look at the photograph in this frame. Oh, and the bell that's broken in the room is this little fucking... I see.
Yeah.
This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, it's such a pretty cat. Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature that she's... Little black creature? Why did you refer to it like that?
We don't know it's a cat yet. We don't put labels on things.
What do you mean you don't know it's a cat yet? What else could it be?
Saucer of milk.
Oh, of course, she's Russian. It's actually a baby panther that she's carrying around with her.
Oh, this is true. It's gotta be one of those big exotic cats, you know?
Yes, my friend the courier pigeon. I leave the window on this cruise ship open for him.
Oh my god.
It's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this.
Little kitten.
It's her face.
Her face.
Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten! It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san? For the blackest outfit.
A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Fun fact, an octopus has the insane ability to escape nearly anything that isn't airtight. One was even found aboard a British fishing vessel in the teapot after escaping. Yeah. Octopus are fucking crazy.
Yeah. Fun fact, the plural of octopus is octopuses. It's my favorite octopus fact. Although technically, since everyone uses octopi, it's also become part of the English vernacular, and it's also grammatically correct.
It's more fun to...
Octopuses are funnier.
It's more fun to say octopi.
Yeah.
And it makes you think of perhaps a delicious pastry.
Octopuses.
It's like a takoyaki, but a whole pie. Octopi.
Octopode.
You know, octopuses are actually, I believe,
hang on,
some of the most intelligent creatures in the world.
Yeah.
I think they are considered the next most intelligent creature after humans.
I believe it. They're so smart.
They're probably smarter than a lot of humans, actually, just based on what we know.
Bro, I remember watching this one video where this guy set up like a maze this octopus had to go through, and he put some like really insanely hard hurdles, and the octopus cleared it.
Oh yeah, shout outs to my boy Mark Rober. I did a whole video on how smart octopuses are.
They're so smart. It's crazy. I love octopuses.
Dolphins are pretty smart too. Yes, but nowhere near as smart as people give them credit for.
Yeah.
They're like 5th or 6th on the list of smartest animals, I think.
I feel like it goes octopuses, elephants.
Crows are in the top 3 for sure.
Yeah. That sounds right for the top 3.
And then dolphins.
Probably, yeah. What else is really intelligent?
I think my favorite dolphin
Monkey?
fact that I've ever learned is that they enjoy getting high. They have been observed to have a tendency to like snatch pufferfish and like chew on them to get lightly high off of their poison. The only reason that I remember this fact after seeing it like fucking 12 years ago is that I immediately thought about a circle of dolphins with a single pufferfish, and I was like, heh,
They're passing the
puff,
ball
puff,
around.
pass. Like, you can't tell me that pun doesn't just write itself. It's perfect.
Puff, pass. No, you're right.
Dolphins are definitely monsters, though. We don't like talking about it. I mean, they're monsters in terms of human morality. Which
dolphins are like really mean humans. Like some of them are nice, but like they have frat boy mindsets.
technically, you could spurn that off into an entire discussion about how morality is entirely a human concept. I actually saw a bunch of people talking about this recently. And while I would love to have that discussion, I will not right now. Because we're playing Ace Attorney, and I've been staring at this stupid fucking cat this whole time.
It's a cute cat.
It's a stupid fucking cat. Look how dumb it is. The
Cute.
stupid little foot pads.
Look at his little beans.
This stupid
little
fucking face.
eyes. Oh my god.
Turn him into soup.
Yeah.
Oh wait, wrong button.
Yes!
Yes! Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear. But what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Darka is my best friend.
You named him Darka? That's fucked up, man. Give him a better name.
It
Call
could
him
have
like
been worse. It could have been so worse.
call him like Jimmy. Call him Mr. Beast.
I don't know.
No.
What's the Russian word for cat?
What is the Russian word for cat? Oh, did you get mod checked? My bad.
Colt.
Interesting. Wait, what is the Russian word for cat?
Colt.
Kot?
Yeah.
Oh, with like an umlaut?
No, it's just a Kot.
Kot?
K-O-T? I don't know Russian letters.
Kot.
Kot.
God damn it.
Colt. Oh my god, it's built in!
God fucking damn it. I'm glad that ever since the D20 rules got implemented, people stopped using the fucking cat ears. Everybody would rather gamble than do that.
It is just cat. It's cat, Kot, or Koshka.
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 I like Koshka.
Yeah, that's cute. I couldn't leave her behind.
I just share this with the chat. I can't help but want to talk about it. Iris and I have already decided if we were to ever get a cat, we have decided
really?
without any question, without a shadow of a doubt in our mind,
Yeah.
that its name will be
No, wait, keep it a surprise.
should I keep it a surprise? We don't know when it's gonna happen.
This is true.
That's the thing. I don't know if I can sit on this bit for like years.
No, it's gotta be out of the blue from nowhere.
Who knows? Maybe we'll think of something funnier within the next 2 years, but we need to have it be heard.
True.
We have
Yeah.
decided that our cat's full name will be Ghost Trick Phantom Detective.
Because Trick is a cute cat name, right? Or Ghost? Ghost is a cute cat name too. I haven't decided.
But its full legal name will be Ghost Trick Phantom Detective after the popular visual novel.
You know, it's a good name.
Because it's fucking hilarious.
It's really good.
I take it back, put it back by. Dude, I'm so obsessed with the idea of naming cats against random, like, products or objects.
God,
I
think
I
about
saw-
roast
I
beef
saw-
daily.
I saw a tweet that was like, I met this cat. His name was Windows 98. And I was like, holy shit, that's incredible. That's fucking genius.
I love it when people just name their cat household items. Windows 98.
Look, it's either I name the cat Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, or I name the cat Zero Escape the Nonary Games. Take your pick.
Zero is such an edgy name for a cat.
It is. Alright, let's we keep getting distracted. Windows 98 is wait. You take that back.
Hang on.
Why did I roll my R there? Darka would appear to be a Russian blue.
Russian blue.
And yet,
Cats are rare.
that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No! Don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this!
Can't wait for Ghost to meet my cat Mirror's Edge Game of the Year edition. Let's go! Let's fucking go!
should just name our cat the Final Fantasy Copy Pasta.
I can't wait to name my cat Ocarina of Time any percent glitchless. On my fucking way.
Oh my god.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back.
Fire
Yes,
rapidly.
that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slot skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. Why did
Wow,
she
that
take it
is
out?
woefully bad at hiding things. She could have just kept it in her pocket.
Yeah, what?
That's incredible. Wait, Hazel, you're a fucking genius.
Oh no.
Okay, I've decided.
Kote.
Our cat's full name will be Curse you, Bale! I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true Drake warrior, and I, Egon, your fear made flesh. Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide, with a hail of harpoons, with every last drop of my being. Bale
my-
for short.
Bail for sure. This poor vet tech that's gonna have to read this out loud.
It's already 11 p.m., so I couldn't be as loud with that as I wanted, but...
It still sounded so accurate.
You get a free chance to scream "Curse you, Bale" anytime he does something.
Curse you, Bail!
If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
Of course, Forster. I thought deduction was a
Like a
specialty.
butter sock.
Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too?
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case... just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Can't we just get her to show it?
Can we turn it around?
What? Can we not? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but it's a fucking cat toy.
Oh, it's a cat toy.
What is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end.
I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently.
How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable. Well, now that we know it's a cat's toy, clearly that is what it was.
Yeah.
The cat was the murderer the entire time. Curse you, Bale! Yes, the thing you are trying, but failing to conceal, is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. A photograph of Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darka. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen.
It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty.
So naughty as to commit murder! Once she entered the room, she took a cudgel and bludgeoned him to death.
Oh my god.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom, which cats all have.
Yep, this is a thing cats do.
What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
Yep, now that I think about it, Bale the Dread would be an incredible cat's name.
It would be.
It's like naming a sweet puppy like fucking like Destroyer of Worlds or some shit. It has the same vibe.
It has to be the sweetest cat in the world.
Absolutely. I just had to get that out there. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Cats don't have venom. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
World Eater Jormungand the Chihuahua. Hey, I'd believe a Chihuahua as World Eater Jormungand. Absolutely. Hey, buddy, you might want to look at this.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report.
So small.
Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. Son of a bitch.
This guy. His neck was...
Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that.
How did the snake...
Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Could there be...
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Or someone.
Yes, That's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Here's my crazy guess.
Yeah, I'm about to venture one myself. Okay.
Here's my crazy guess. He saw the cat. He was having a great time hanging out with the cat. Then the ship suddenly stopped in the way that it did before, and he slammed his head into the wardrobe, breaking his neck instantly.
I was gonna be on the same lines of, yeah, the sudden stopped, fucking slipped his discs and cracked his neck.
I'll say it was
lame way to go!
It was a complete accident, but they felt like they had to cover it up.
Yeah.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh, yes. A bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Wouldn't that also explain the scuff mark?
Yeah, what?
Is that he slipped?
He slid across the floor and in trying to stop himself, he smacked his head against something.
Yeah. I feel like we may be leading towards a pure accident.
This is just an accidental death.
Yes!
And the door was locked behind him.
Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No!
Give me 1 second, I need to turn off my AC.
Alright.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But
And if this part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin. Somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Is it? There's a weird mark on the inside of it.
Yep. What is she trying to hide?
I mean, the
It's not.
tiara doesn't give us anything. Is it in the bin?
What's the note say on her desk?
I don't think we can inspect it at all. Let's check the bin again.
Yeah, let's look at the bin.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Love that your deductions went from this sounds like a Russian spy to yeah, he was just a dumbass and fell down. You know, that's just how it be sometimes.
Yeah,
You know?
it happens. We have all the clues now.
Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks similar, perhaps it's more than your mind playing tricks on you.
Well, there's our answer.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no!
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't...
I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh.
Yes.
He's letting you take
The-
the award.
The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... I mean, we don't even have to... That punched my mic. We don't even have to question this.
Yep.
If you look at this photograph, look at this graph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Is that really what this is coming to? I feel like there's still another twist waiting.
Yeah. I couldn't tell anyone.
So does she get prosecuted in this case? I mean, maybe for tampering with someone's body, you know, desecrating a corpse?
She's in a lot of trouble regardless. She's wanted.
Well, she's not wanted yet. She's
no,
assumed
she's wanted by her troop.
she's assumed kidnapped.
Oh, I see.
So technically she's not wanted yet, but she will be.
Yet.
Mm-hmm.
So Darko was the Russian spy this entire time. We found him.
We found it. Darka, the Russian blue.
He is quite capable of revolutionizing his appearance, even to something that isn't human.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, there's no way we're gonna pin this on the fairly innocent 15-year-old girl. There has to be something else going on here.
Elementary.
Elementary. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall, and I knew I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I'm sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So, at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Cosima wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova, trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
Oh.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Cosima was...
From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Burya is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning.
Okay. Something is up.
No, we've still
It's-
got a whole thing after this. We have to
It's-
deal with Hong Kong shit. I think there's a courtroom here.
No. I don't think we're having a trial of any kind here.
Right.
But what has yet to be explained...
How she got on the ship.
No. That doesn't matter. What's more important right now is that we are now very well aware that everybody on the ship, except for the Russian girl, the crewmen, and Kiryu, were drugged.
Yeah.
They were drugged via the food. Specifically.
Right.
Because it can be presumed that Sholmes, Hosonaga, fucking...
Naruhodo ate dinner.
Not
So did-
Maya. For some reason I can't remember her name.
I forgot her name.
And that was the one day that Ryunosuke actually got to eat, because it was chicken. And they said that Kiryu doesn't like chicken. So everybody was drugged. Presumably, to get her on the ship. Is my
Yeah.
current assumption. But how does that play into this?
Something happened in the middle of the night, too. Why would they drug their crewmates?
No, they didn't.
No.
The crew members have no... have not
He
had any...
stopped writing in his book. I know he was helping her on, but wouldn't he just fill in nothing to report for the rest of it?
Who knows? The log only had sections up to 4 a.m., so it's entirely possible that it just wasn't touched for that amount of time. But who knows? Whatever. I'm just speculating. Let's keep going. This shit is gonna be long as fuck, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. Also, the ship's dramatic stop, what caused that? That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
They drugged everyone, made an emergency stop, which toppled everything, and then used that as a way to get her on board.
Shit. Yeah.
Probably via another boat or something.
Yeah, she probably paddled out in a... Oh, she was in a boat, huh?
Was she?
Well, she probably stole like a little paddle boat.
I mean, it's possible. We have no evidence towards that being the
Yeah,
case.
that's true.
I'm just making a guess.
Well, we know the boat stops for other boats.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious. That cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake?
You're right. Where is it?
If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, it's his pet.
It's Beef's. Beef's pet.
Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Piroshko. What?
Piroshko, I love you.
I love him.
That snake belongs to you?
He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin?
But
Animals are not permitted on board.
Dude, the snake's name is Bread. I love him so
I love
much.
him so much more. I love him.
We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in.
Straight off in bread.
No venom. Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. What is the purpose of the snake? He's his friend. That's the purpose.
Yeah.
It's just his pet.
I would love to have a pet snake, honestly.
Yeah, same. I love snakes. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh, so... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Sholm's now realizing he was completely wrong in every respect.
The snake had nothing to do with this at all.
It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? Is not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death.
Who wrote the letters then?
What letter?
The Russian.
Oh, yeah. What, we
His
still need
dying
that.
word.
That's what I'm saying. There's still more. This isn't it.
Yeah.
Oh, it got put into auto mode? Oops, I must have accidentally clicked it.
That's F.
Oh, there we go.
Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But
What are you talking about, Miss Mikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth.
Oh, thank you for that.
Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate.
Whoa.
Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh! I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again! Why did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. All right. I'll see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin? Yes! What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. This is you.
Oh, this is me. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it! Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it?
I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid.
God, you're a terrible cop. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't have possibly been a mere accident.
Really?
Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. This one.
That one.
Yes! The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor.
That script. Russian, isn't it?
Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe.
I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian? It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if Miss Pavlova told us was true. What?
So Sato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. I'm actually not sure what it wants me to point out here. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... I actually don't know what this one is.
Proves this was no accident.
Hello, welcome in, Sammy. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Hey, welcome in. Okay. Would it be the tag on the wardrobe?
That doesn't seem likely. He put that up ages ago.
Yeah, but if it was on the wardrobe and Miss Pavlova walked in to retrieve her cat, sees this dead body, and just knows that someone is in the wardrobe?
I don't think she knew.
No, someone else? Keep out in Japanese. I'm not sure the Russian crew can read it.
Seemed cool, so I followed, but I'll be going to bed now. For sure, appreciate it. Have yourself a
Yeah.
wonderful night.
Nothing from 2 a.m.
I feel like that's the thing that feels the most reasonable, but it technically
Yeah.
doesn't prove anything.
Well, Miss Pavlova said there was a loud meow and a crash. And there's no activity reported.
That's true. I may as well give it a shot.
Yes! Yeah. This makes the most sense.
What point are you
Okay.
trying to make with that evidence? We were totally wrong.
We were so wrong.
I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really happened, I think. So thank you for the redeems, Elf.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the door be locked? I mean, we still don't know anything about how the door got locked.
Yes. The door got locked when the ship slid.
I think that you were starting to see nothing of the sort, and that was the evidence to prove it.
If it was no accident, then what should we be looking? Then what we should be looking for is one of two things: either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't.
Most compendiously put, my dear madam. We call it quits? Got class tomorrow? Alright, have a lovely rest of your night.
Yeah, good night.
Thanks for
Key.
hanging out, Key. I confess your rather languid I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does, anyway.
Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and...
Cosmos in Cosmos cabin.
Is it the mark?
The mark?
I mean, we're looking for either the presence of something or something being missing. I can't think of anything that makes sense that's missing from this. We kind of pieced together everything that could make it seem like an accident. But technically, this doesn't have to be here for it to be an accident.
Should we start inspecting things more closely?
We've inspected everything we have already.
Oh,
Except for maybe this.
yeah, why don't we spin it around?
But this is...
Oh wait, that's the main.
Not a 3D model.
Nope. Yeah, I'm assuming it's gonna be this.
Yeah. Yes! Because she grabbed the bell.
Yeah, I was right. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor.
But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic?
Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw.
What?
If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin?
Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova?
Oh no.
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's...
Hold it!
I'm assuming this is the crewmate. Crewman.
Yeah.
You're wasting time! Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out.
Oh, yes.
And only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There was no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died.
But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions.
Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Stroganoff! Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, it's impossible! He's right.
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so that they can open and
Oh
close
my
them
God,
from the
dude.
outside.
We talked about this like 10 times, bro.
Yeah, come on.
Thread. Are you stupid? Stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Susato-san! How could you shift it onto me like that?
So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside.
I'm so sorry. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before.
I don't believe it.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolts of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolts across from the outside. What?
The
fallen books.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It is a very powerful vessel after all.
You're entirely on the money here, Spartan.
When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes, it's what's known of the force of inertia acting on objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then...
Shadow, you need assistance.
Well, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that.
Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, the SS Buria made another emergency stop?
When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burgia made emergency stop?
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm.
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Mr. Sholmes. Surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life.
Oh my god.
To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship! I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop? Or did it not?
You are idiots! Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? That's easy.
Yes!
Men Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh. That is correct. Why? Holy shit, thank you for following Real Matt on guard.
Real Matt on... Oh my
Holy
god!
shit.
Matt on guard? I'm a fan. Hey.
It's him, the... Oh fuck, which one was Matt on guard again?
The bad boy.
No, I'm trying to remember which of the heroes he was.
Oh.
He was the Nickel Samurai, that's the one. The real Nickel Samurai.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Whoa. There's so many samurais. But you're my favorite one.
Wow, please don't murder us.
Wow. Yeah, you're cool. We like you.
And the
Have a fun
ship's log
day.
here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, "nothing to report," every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log?
That is... Duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself.
Oh? Why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud.
We were all drugged.
I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no. That's a good point. What of the throbbing?
You can't just end your sentence there. Sorry? What do you mean?
The throbbing of my veiny cock. Your head, man. My head, you might say.
Oh my
The
God.
secondary one.
Please.
The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling very heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes. In fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do. No! Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
A
sleeping drug.
They really killed Cosma because he was awake at 2 a.m.? That means he was privy to, fucking what's her name being snuck on board.
No, she was on board before the emergency stop happened.
Oh yeah, you're right. So he was privy to something else.
I think there's something else going on here.
Probably.
I don't think Cosmo's death was just a side thing.
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo? Of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes!
Well, seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refused to talk, there would have been an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Oh shit. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
No, I think it was a stop for her. I think that has to have been it.
But then, how did the room lock after she went in and got the bell?
No, you're right.
There were 2 stops, I think. I think the first stop was to get Pavlova on the ship. The second stop was because Pavlova fucked up. Or her cat was on board.
I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Sorry, comrades, as I've learned the British say that word.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. I'm sorry, what? They just put a whole fucking like chunk of sleeping pills inside each and every chicken?
I don't.
I could understand like
Powder.
yeah, like powdering
seasoning.
it and seasoning the chicken with it. How do you guarantee everybody actually gets drugged if that's your method of dosage?
Or like if you put it in the sauce, I guess. It's weird.
That's so... Duh. We could not make all drug... How do you say? Dissolve. Talk about heavy seasoning. I need a rim shot sound effect. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was... Thank you. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door.
But how does that make sense?
I think your two-stop theory is coming true.
Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What?
Of course! Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which, they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl.
Me too.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind?
What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Alright, here we go.
Alright.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, Your assistance, if you please.
Thank you for the hydrate. I'll stretch.
Yeah, this is going on long. Ugh.
Yeah, this is good. We had that hour-long one, and then this is suddenly spinning into 2 hours.
With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two prevaricators.
Prevaricators.
Told you that the case was halfway through last stream. This one is long. Well, he said this is the last one, so hopefully we're nearing the end.
Yeah.
Observation?
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asoki's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. What are you hiding? I can only spin this like this.
Oh, I see. Aaron's
There it is.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Oh, look at this! It's some kind of stain. In an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken.
Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. I keep forgetting that it's a different button to present. God, I hate the controls on this.
Is fucking weird.
The controls on this screen are awful.
Yes!
Oh, I see.
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes. I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves what the
Yes!
Seaman stroking off. We love him. We love him. Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor. Oh wait, there's a Ryunosuke. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. All right. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on the floor. What happened here? Gotta respect that even now he's still looking after her. He's a good dad.
He's a good, yeah.
I'm assuming he's her dad because he made the mention of her dad is a great sailor.
Please, don't tell anyone.
Well, maybe her dad is the captain or something.
I feel like
'Cause it doesn't make sense
brother,
that
big bro vibes.
it doesn't make sense that she would refer to him by first name if she was his dad. They also both have blonde hair. That's just Japanese media. They will, like
They're
99%
Russian.
of the time, portray Russians as blonde hair, blue eyes.
Blonde or white hair, but yeah.
Yep.
My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right.
So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers.
Only to oh fuck, why am I using the Russian accent with Sholmes? My brain is getting muddled. Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, it still doesn't add up. What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside.
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Wow, best viewers and eat my fucking ass.
Oh man, it would be nice if I had mod privileges.
It's the fucking. Fucking baby, bro.
Oh, thank you.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Or da, the Russian. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. And I believe you.
So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events? A kitten, on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there was one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural?
Tripped and broke his neck?
I mean, surely they're not asking us to just point at the letters again.
We've already established that those letters are... maybe... If he tripped and fell... His head would be in a more awkward position if he fell forward, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. The fact that his face is off to the side
Because I
feels...
imagine if you fell forward and broke your neck, you would have to bang your chin against something hard, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other external...
I don't see anything else that would catch my
There should
attention.
be I feel like there should be a mark on his head.
Let's try just his head and see
Yes!
if that's the point of... It must be here, surely. No, it's not this one.
No.
Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry. I'll try that.
I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertips, surely.
That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Okay, it's actually the other thing that I was thinking. I wasn't sure if that was what it was trying to point out, but yes, if you fell forward, you would land on your arms because you would reach out to catch yourself.
Yeah.
It's strange that he ended up with his arms splayed out to the sides. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? I suppose either of his arms will do.
Yeah.
Yes!
Or not?
Okay. Maybe not. Oh. Maybe try the other hand.
I have to click so much to get through
There's
this.
so much dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, I'm gonna save here. Just
Yeah.
for safety.
Yeah. Safety save. Okay, maybe it's his hand.
That's what I'm saying. It's
It
one of
would
his
be
two
clenched
hands.
up, and you would try to catch yourself.
I just pointed at his hand though.
Oh. Maybe it's the... yeah.
That'd be the other hand then.
Yes!
Or not?
Oh, no?
Okay, it's gonna be faster to just load.
Yeah.
Does it want his arm here?
Yes!
We can brute force this if we have to.
It looks like I am, because even with the hint it's giving me, I have no idea what it wants out of me.
Yeah. I think it might be his head. It's gotta be. Okay.
Straps? That's his headband.
Yeah.
So he always wore a fucking cringe-ass
He
headband.
wore a headband that floated the wind with his awesome aura of justice. Unnatural. So how would it, if he fell forward?
I don't know what it wants us to point at.
Yeah.
It's his arm.
No.
Let me open the options page, damn it.
Is it his eyes? Would they be open?
I feel like that's not what it's going for, but we may as well try.
Yeah.
Yes!
At this point, where.
I have no idea.
Nope.
I legitimately have
clueless.
no clue what it's looking for. I feel so dumb. This is probably something super obvious that we're just completely overlooking.
It's midnight and our brains are turning to soup. Okay.
What if I just point to his back in general?
Yes!
Surely that will get us somewhere. No, it will not. It definitely wants something very specific.
Maybe his headband. His neck itself?
Yes!
Bro, we're so lost.
We're so lost.
I know,
Oh
I
my
just wanted to finish
God.
this up, guys. I know it's late.
Yeah, we're dumb.
It's the fact that his finger was out,
Yes!
specifically.
I see.
No
Okay.
shot, it's the fucking letters
Oh my
again.
God. It's
No,
the
this is going to
finger?
be slightly different. No, it is the fucking finger.
Yeah.
I thought it was unrelated to the stupid message. I hate this. This is so dumb. This is the worst part of this case right
the
here.
finger was. Okay, Beef just forged it really well. I don't know what to say, Sholmes.
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. No, it's a different fail state. Very true. It's certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's a different fail state. So it's not that.
See. Okay.
I feel like we've pointed to everything else on this image. Perhaps it is his headband. Maybe he just doesn't like it as like a stylistic piece.
Yeah.
Yes!
Bro, deadass, what have I not clicked on? I'm so confused. She's looking it up. I can hear it. Like, I thought for sure the arms made perfect sense,
Yeah, the arms made sense.
but it's not accepting them. I don't know why.
I'm just like,
The game clearly pointed us in the direction of his arms.
yeah.
Yes!
Right here.
Must be here.
What the fuck is it?
Oh, let me see. Oh something we have already hit before.
It's a
Yes!
very specific point on something, isn't it? Of course it fucking is.
Fair.
God damn
Yeah.
it. This
Yep.
piece of shit game. I already clicked on that hand. It was the
We
first thing I
clicked
chose.
on it.
It was the literal first thing I chose. Actually, it was the second thing I chose, but it was basically the first thing I chose.
Yeah, we would have gotten it.
God, so stupid.
Okay, well,
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Her other earring.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova. Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Jesus, that's dangerous. She's lucky she didn't lose her whole fucking earlobe.
yeah.
My
I was about
God.
to say, she would have lost more than just the fucking... She would have lost...
Yeah, she would have lost half her fucking ear if that went poorly. Jesus.
yeah.
Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh, no.
Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night. What did you do to Kazuma?
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the, the, the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darko would not come back.
I think I see what's happening. Oh?
I think
This is, yeah.
Kazuma, right?
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes.
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course! You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could I let this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted. And then... Dadka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
Damn, she killed him for deadass no reason.
I just wanted to talk to Inosuke about it.
Yep.
Literally. I was gonna wake up and be like, bro, yo, check this out.
Jesus.
God fucking damn it.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please! I have nowhere to go!
so you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe in Russian so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? The captain is her dad.
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He
said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I...
May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova?
I'm currently filled with rage at this child.
It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama.
Yes, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes. However... what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
Wardrobe?
And, more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asoki's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No. Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
No. We can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
Sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then?
Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard.
What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her?
Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that out.
Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then?
No, I don't think so.
Damn, Sholmes is like a real detective or some shit. It's crazy.
Yeah. Soon sleep. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life.
I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But... well... do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan.
Yes. I did stow away, after all. Couldn't really expect any different.
So, you should get back to your cabin now.
Watch Sholmes appear and magically you're back in handcuffs. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, What's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san?
Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that.
Susato-san.
He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know. Oh, who is this?
I think you put on your Cosmo voice for this. Oh wait.
No, it's not his ghost.
Fuck! I thought the ghost was gonna pop out of the sword and start talking!
This fucking guy.
What? It's happened before!
Give it some time, they're still grieving.
No, this is the perfect time to have a little comedic moment! Oh my god, okay.
Come on, get on with it. We gotta wrap this up.
Yeah.
Inspector.
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder.
Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh my god.
God damn it, you called it. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting.
He
Sorry?
likes how he looks in handcuffs?
Ooh,
Wow.
spicy.
Spicy.
So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all.
Oh my god.
He thinks this is funny? We find out Susato is Mia's ancestor, and we summon Kazuma as a spirit.
I am waiting for it.
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all of your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened.
What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant.
Was to be?
In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Where's Susato-san? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Good timing.
But
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
yes.
Miss Susato?
Yes?
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law?
No, I'm not, but
I could. I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work.
But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days?
There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate.
But why put yourself in such a difficult position?
For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say?
Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable.
No. It's madness.
Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating.
Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination.
Speak for yourself.
Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice.
Inspector!
After all, I didn't just make a promise, didn't I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Ryunosuke, she's 17.
Yunosuke, she's not.
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato. It seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes! That's exactly what I need!
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too.
Goodness. What is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times.
What?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would have never done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No! No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. And the cabin door was locked from—
No! I won't let you make excuses for me! Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times.
I was thinking the same thing, Hazel. Honestly.
Hello.
This is not the most genius play. Oh, Iris, are you good?
Hello?
Uh-oh. Did her internet die?
Oh, wait, hello?
Is stream okay?
It was me. It was on my end. Hi.
Okay.
I'm back. I didn't
Hi.
hear what you said, but, you know.
I was just saying, Hazel called out my thoughts exactly.
To be
Alright.
pushed down. Ooh.
So let's just... That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it.
No, no, no! I don't even know how! I've never thrown anyone in my life! Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presumed that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato Takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
She did not drop him after Kazuma. In my groggy state of consciousness,
He's gonna lose brain cells.
a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely.
God, I miss him.
A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
What is it?
That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. We finished the case!
Oh my god.
Fucking hell. What a
Oh,
hefty one. I can't
took
believe
so
Best Boy
long.
died for some stupid ass bullshit.
right. I mean,
That's
Curly
so
was escaping the
cringe.
fucking ballet. I don't blame
Man.
her. She was scared and
No, throw her overboard, man.
no,
Get this child out of here.
bro. She was abused by the ballet and finally escaped, and all of a sudden, oh man, I see both sides here.
No, I don't respect it at all. She literally had the entire crew on her side.
Yeah.
The entire ship's crew was on her side and helping her escape. She had literally nothing to fear.
He died because he was awake at 2 a.m. and wanted to help someone.
He was literally just trying to help.
Yeah.
He was just being the nice boy that he always was, and he died for it. That's so cringe.
Fucking.
I hate that stupid Russian teenager. She gets no sympathy from me.
Man.
Okay, well, that's the game for tonight. Let's go ahead and pop over to chatting. Because we're gonna wrap up quick today, because it is very
It's
late.
late. Thank you guys
for
for sticking
everybody.
around.
We still don't know where the cat is. Yeah, we literally never saw the cat, not a single time.
Yeah, the cat disappeared.
The cat was apparently so crucial and relevant to the case, but we saw more of the completely irrelevant snake
Yeah.
than we did of the...
The cat literally only had a photograph
Yeah.
and the sound effect.
Can we get a big iris before you end?
What? Oh yeah. Make me big. Bigify. What? Hey. Hello? Hey, God! Guys! Guys, help! Hello? Hello?
Don't worry, I promise they can still hear your tiny form. Okay.
Why this? Oh. I've grown a little bit.
Welcome back.
Hello.
We get a little iris. No more big iris. You guys don't you haven't earned that. Settle into place. There we go.
Settle in. Yeah.
Okay.
Right here.
Is anybody else streaming right now to raid into? Do I feel like raiding? It's late. I'm modding myself. Look, that wasn't my choice. Spartan did that. Okay.
I have no clue who's modding her. Who's? Oh man, this late at night.
No,
I know
nobody's streaming.
Coffee. They're
Who?
streaming Elden Ring. Catcrow VTuber. One of Dreamy's friends.
I'm a sleepy little guy. I think we're just gonna go ahead and call it.
Yeah,
I haven't been raiding nearly as much lately. I really need to stop it, but
you gotta do one of those. Hey, VTubers, I need new people to raid. Drop your link down the.
I hate doing that fucking interaction baity bullshit.
I get
Plus,
it.
you know what that's gonna mean? I'm not just gonna choose people. I'm gonna have to spend like an entire day vetting their content and making sure that they're not lame or weird. It'll be like that would be like a full day activity.
I mean,
Imagine I get unlucky and it
no.
pops off, and then I have like 300 fucking dog ass PNG tubers. Not to say that there's anything wrong with PNG tubers, just the
No,
dog ass
PNG
ones.
It's easy for everyone to just get a pick.
make you slightly larger. So
Yeah,
we're
I
not
think
that
it's
small.
time to go. My voice is really
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah. Let's let you get some rest. We'll be streaming again tomorrow. We'll be doing our Piseka stream as per usual. I don't know if I'll go very long tomorrow, but we will see what ends up happening.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I'm very tired, and at this rate, I'm just going to like sleep and then wake up and then eat food and then probably stream.
Go day. Have a better day than that.
Which is fine. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
But I may make it a shorter one just in case. But yeah, everybody, please go get your rest. Yes, I appreciate you guys hanging out for the Great Ace Attorney.
Thank you for staying for the end of the case.
We will be keeping this up on next Wednesday, ideally.
Next Wednesday. Well, we'll see. The fate schedule is going to be up in the air.
Please don't fucking do this to me again.
No.
Please,
well,
please don't do it.
Next week is our gap week anyway, so like we could schedule it any day you wanna.
Please don't.
I
already had enough of this with our old D&D campaign. I don't need to have to reschedule a thing that I want to be a regular thing to a different day every other week.
Okay, we'll figure it out, yeah?
We'll figure it out. But yeah, thank you guys. We'll try to do this same time next week. Maybe a little earlier, maybe at the same time, I don't know. And yeah, keep an eye out for Friday as well. Still waiting to drop that cheeky little announcement.
Whoa, what could
Cheeky little
possibly
announcement.
be happening?
Who knows?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I do, but I won't say. Wow.
Okay, anyways.
Alright. Good night, guys.
Good night, guys. Goodbye,
Sleep well.
Iris.
Don't let the bed bugs bite. Good night, Cody.
I'm killing Iris. Goodbye. She has been killed. Goodbye. Alright. We're gonna head off. Have a lovely night, you guys. Peace out.